oi, 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 oi. I have a huge headache today. I do not know how this is gonna go at all. We can try. We can try. We have a bunch of errors there. Oh, man, I even stopped in a bad place. Uh, origin position. Source and target list. This should be different. This should... Let's rename these. This says origin position. This says tile to pathline. Let's change this to... source bounds inner. And tile to pathline is target bounds inner. And then now, for whatever reason, these things are all in the wrong order. This doesn't have enough things. Am I blind? Yeah, no. Huh? This straight up does not have everything. Tile target list. Alright, it needs a line size. What is the line? Line size is 3 int. That's just gonna be vector 3 int dot what? Yeah, and this is an int. Should have become a harvester operator. That was unnecessarily confusing with those broken. And what are we doing here? Blast AoE. This is also just one. We have here, they all just need to be adjusted so that work right. Line target. I feel like here the line depends on the ability. Something like that. Hello, John. How's it going? I don't know yet. We'll see. We will see. AoE origin bounds. Inner size. I guess objects should have a method for fetching their inner size. I really need to rework positioning and size and stuff like that. It's horrible right now. Shouldn't be like it is. Like here. Set position. File position raw is set. Have I already updated it? I think so. I guess I haven't updated the others. Like modified tile lower corner position. Yeah. Here's how it should work. I don't know why I've had such trouble with this. Because it shouldn't be an issue. So the way it should be, right, is internal position raw. Fixed rounding issue. That's not even something that it should need to do, right? I hate that it's doing this. Let's just set the value. So, yeah. Set that. And then we have internal position. Which is an int getter. That fetches the internal position raw. This is what's wrong. This is like the core flaw of the entire thing. So what we should be doing is internal position should actually not be a getter at all. It should just be a variable. And the way it should work is as we set a new position using the float value, internal position should be set to equals value, actually math dot truncate, or math trunc. We can't truncate there. Truncate value. Only truncates decimals. Oh yeah, this is a vector 3. This is a new vector 3 int. But I think we don't need to do like truncate. All we need to do is say value dot vector 3 int. No, that doesn't work. We have to do new vector 3 int. Cast. So, that's how it should be, right? That way we use the internal position raw that we are setting here. And that's it. And then, so we set the raw value, and then we set the internal value, or the non-raw value. And then every single calculation after that should only use internal position. Because otherwise, we do need to fix rounding errors and shit. And that's not how it should need to be. Because it should already be working with ints. So tile position raw. That should just be like tile position. That should be all that does. But I think that there's a modified position and all of that shit. Now I don't have a tile position. I only have tile position raw, which to me means we rename that to just tile position. And here we've got modified tile center position. See, it shouldn't need any of this shit either. But the modified tile position, that should only need to be... That's only movement. Ever. That's all that ever should be. So there should be temporary tile movement as a variable. But here, we set position, we set the tile position, we set the internal position, we set the internal int position. What we need to do then here is we need to set everything else as well, because I am sick and tired of it like converting from one thing to another on the fly every time it needs it. So it's just gonna set it when we set the position, and that's it. Tile lower corner position raw. Dot set. Equals tile position minus Data module dot value dot tile size divided by 2. Here we have tile lower corner position raw, which is a getter. So let's convert that into a variable and a getter. This is actually private. I'll be right back. Tile lower corner position. Raw. Just call it. Lower corner position. It's not raw. Only the original vector 3 should be raw. The tile lower corner position should be set immediately. Tile lower corner position. Underscore equals tile position minus data module dot value dot tile size divided by 2. Yeah, I think that should be right. So then on a size of 1, it's minus 0, size of 2 minus 1, size of 3 minus 1. Size of 4 minus 2, yeah. Yes. So, tile lower corner position, tile position. We have modified tile center position as well. No. Modified position raw. There's no reason to do fixed rounding here. Modified position raw. That doesn't. Modified position free. I think this shouldn't exist. Internal offset position. What the fuck is that? Fair enough. So this should actually be... It's a little more tedious. That. Not sure how well it's gonna go today, but we'll do something. We'll try to do as much as we can. Jesus. It should also upset bounds. Bounds should not be a vector 6. Should be an vector 6 int. This is so badly set up. Naming rule violation. These words must begin with uppercase characters, modified position. You think that getters and setters start with the large? Yeah, C#. Getters and setters. Naming convention. Okay. I mean, sure. I can start doing that. Getters and setters. Start with an uppercase. I think that's good because I have had issues not knowing if it's a getter or a setter before. I think that's valid. This is also incorrect. By the way, this should just be public vector 6int bounds. That, and this should actually just get return bounds. But that's all it should do. And in set position, this should be done. I'm doing this because it's easier. Like, it's still a nightmare in my opinion. But it's something I can kind of figure out right now, at least. So, and this is actually not right. This should be vector 3 int new tile equals new vector 3 int, and then we're gonna say if new tile does not equal tile position, then we're gonna do tile updates, which is all of this shit. But we're not gonna do set, we're just gonna say equals new tile. And here we're gonna set the bounds here. Old tile, I don't need to set this anymore. We can just check new tile and then against the current tile, and that's it. Maybe. There's something here where it says old tiles, position update. Not really sure why that's being passed in. I do think I might still need old tile. But it depends on what I need, because this is now previous lower corner. But I shouldn't need to do that either, really. I can just save the bounds instead. Previous tile bounds. That's what we can have, because then we have the position and we have the lower corner. Because we can always calculate. I mean, we have the tile position. So yeah, saving the tile bounds is the superior choice. But I do think maybe also just previous tile position. Previous tile position equals tile position. What? Oh, we already had that. This only needs to be set if new tile does not equal tile position. That's the only time we need to set that. But it becomes a little complicated here because all of these things need to be done when I move a character in the combat mode. And moving there actually just increments the movement preview. It's like a temporary movement variable. But I could change that. I could change that to like hard. It's hard to change the position. Instead of it being like a modifier, it can just store the previous value. So that way, instead of it being like a modifier that we're reading and we can then like just subtract from, I can just change the position and just store the previous position and then just restore it on the event of canceling. I think that would be simpler. I like the idea of it just being like things you can just plug in. And I think in some cases that's what it should use. But in terms of the modified position, I think it's a little too complicated because it basically needs to update all of this in order for the modified position to even function. So it might just be better to not do this. But I don't know. Because even so, like... no, I think it's fine. Because this... The hard position that we're setting here, it mainly matters for, like... going into buildings and stuff like that. While rendering the shadow and rendering the character's position, that can be altered by just fetching the value and like a modifier. That doesn't really matter. Yeah. Ay. Where am I even? What else do we need to set here? We have high lower corner position. Modified tile center position. No. I think this should be all I need to set. What we can do here, we can do the same thing here. So we can say vector 3 int new position equals, we do this. Right, and then we say if internal position does not equal new position, then we do internal position equals new position. Previous position equals internal position. Internal position equals new position. And this is where we calculate the bounds. And there's no reason to update the tile if that didn't happen. Actually, I think instead what we'll do is simply say we set that. Then we check new position, then internal position. If internal position does not equal new position, else return. And then we don't do any of that. Because that basically means here we have to say, check if internal position raw does not equal the incoming value. That means that it has changed. I think this might be unnecessary, but who cares? If the value has changed, then we go in here, we update internal position raw to the new value. And then we check if the int value will change because of the change in the raw value. And if it doesn't, then we just return. Because then it's just an internal incrementation that has yet to result in an actual update in game logic. Something like that. Here, bounds, modified position. I mean, don't I need modified bounds too? I do need modified bounds. Potentially. Maybe I don't. We got modified tile bounds. And that makes sense. But regular modified bounds, not so sure if I need that. But I guess we can just make it. But what do we need to return then? Oh, wait, what the fuck? No, okay, it has to be divided by 2. And then new bounds is internal position minus offset plus data module dot value dot size. I think. But I think the data module size is still in tiles. So this is gonna have to be times that setting variables dot tile size int. Because if we go and look at the data modules, size is vector 3.1. Size, yeah, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And the reason those are different, because I have a size and a tile size. This should actually be named like combat size or something. Because while free roaming, if you walk into a house, you have to be a less precise size compared to in combat. Because in combat, you take up 2 tiles, right? While it could be done. No, it would suck. But yeah, in combat you take up 2 times 2 tiles, while if you do that in free roaming when you're walking with just pixels, not tiles. If a doorway is 2 times 2 in size, that means to fit into that doorway you have to be on the exact correct pixel, and that's gonna feel horrible. So I just made the characters be half the size. In fact, I don't really need that variable. I can just take the tile size and divide it by 2, and then that will just be fine. But I don't know. It's not that big of a deal either way. But I think it's important that I can set that, because otherwise, if you want to set an object and you want to make that a collider, then it might need to use this value. We might need to have to check like that. So the size here should probably actually be more like this. We can say times Setting variables dot tile size int. And then that will make more sense. But that also means I have to set that everywhere now. But we can start there. And we can return here, which means we then now don't have to set that. We can just do size divided by 2. And then we do that. So, I'm here. I promise. It could do this too. No, it couldn't. I was thinking like you can fetch it by checking if it has already been calculated or not. Actually, you can do that. We can do... We can set modified bounds in the getter, and we can say if modified bounds equals null or dot has value, I don't know if there's a difference between the two. If it has value, or if it has value is false, we then set the value. And then we set modified bounds there. We can say vector 3int offset equals vector 3int dot 1 offset dot z equals 0. And then here we can say offset equals that. And then we set modified bounds to that. Else we set modified bounds to internal position. And this is vector 3int.1. And then we return it by returning a value. And then it becomes cached, right? But I think we don't need to do this much. We can just say, actually, modified bounds I'm just thinking what the best way to set these modified bounds are. Either way, I'm not setting modified bounds right now. I'm just setting the bounds, which is retarded. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Basically, we need to get the modified position And then we calculate the bounds. And then we have movement preview modifier. Set movement preview modifier. Oh, that's tricky. This is why I feel like it would be better to just have it as a variable that you just add a value to, and that modifies the other value. So what we need to do is we need to split this, because this is set position, right? Here we're changing internal position, shit like that. Bounds. Here we're setting bounds. This should just be internal position, unmodified bounds. And the reality is the bound modifier doesn't really even need to do much. It's just like the current bounds minus modifier, and that's it. That should be really simple, straightforward. Wouldn't even really need to store it. If internal position does not equal value, then modified position equals null. Modified bounds equals null, okay. There. I need my dudes. No, I don't wanna. Let's switch to this, maybe. Too much. There's too much. I'm losing my brain. Gone. I've lost it. Right, so this position update. Hello, R20, how's it going? Run. Update position. Run position. X. Man, I don't know what to call this shit. I'm gonna try doing the same thing here. We do vector int modified position if modified position dot has value is false. Maybe we just say has value. I mean, I don't know. Who cares? Return modified position dot value. Else well, even if you know how to program, it's not really. You don't really understand code just like that, typically. So we set that, and then we say modified position equals that. Floor to int is unnecessary. Hit shake modifier. Vector 3. Guess it doesn't matter that much. Just set that to int. guess. And then we return modified position. Drop valid. Like that. But no, this is why this should just be... If this is false, we just do that. I don't know what I was thinking here. I don't think this really exists. That's not a thing. Update sorting order index. That should always be based on modified, I think. Or should it? Maybe it shouldn't. It should. Position update. Previous tile position. It's the only reason I'm passing it in to check if I'm gonna do it or not. No, it's not. This is where I need another thing. Set movement preview modifier. This is why modified position is a little tricky. I feel like it should be like I don't know what to call it. Position modified by movement. Maybe. Horrible. I'm new to this and I'm having a problem. Everyone is saying, why are you doing this so hard? It can be done easily with AI. So tell me, what can I do now? I don't think people are telling you that. I don't think a lot of people actually say that you should do anything with AI. If they are, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. AI for programming is fucking awful. The best thing you can use it for is to like ask it questions on how to do things. And then you have to like hope that it's correct and not lying to you. There's not much to programming. You try to do something, and then if you don't know how to do it, you Google how to do it. The AI is just a way to Google. Faster. But it's unreliable. Because you don't know if it's lying. However, programming with AI is a joke, so don't even try it. Using AI to write any kind of code, you basically have to be an advanced programmer in order to do it in the first place, and then you can just write your own code. Otherwise, you'll have no idea if it makes any sense or not, or if it's bad code. So, yeah, don't even bother. Oh, my brain. My brain. should stand for a while. AI is funny because it's nearly completely useless, but people are like losing sleep over it one way or another. AI has one use. And that's advanced Googling for people who already know what they're doing. If you use it as Google, if you don't know what you're doing, you are not able to tell if it is lying to you. So you're relying on unreliable information in order to do things. So it's just like a gamble if it's gonna work or not. Like, you'd be better off just typing it into Google and hoping that you get like a Substack or whatever the fuck the website is called thing, and you can find an like an answer with a lot of votes. Like, that's better than AI. But hopefully, like, if the AI finds that and it's not too retarded to like actually give you that information, then yeah. It's basically like, yeah. It's like getting handed a Wikipedia article with no sources. Though it might give you sources too, but then you have to recheck those sources, and then, you know, I don't know. But yeah, it does have like some use case as advanced Google. That's it. Otherwise, don't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. Oh, how's it going? And yeah, I saw something too. I saw a post saying something like AI assisted coding makes people faster, but they also ended up with like 10 times more security issues in the code, which I don't even know what that means. I don't do that kind of coding. I don't know what a security problem is. But I have a headache. I've had a headache all day. It's not a very good thing when you're trying to program. It's really a problem. And the thing is, I can't, like, there's nothing else. I could just be like, oh, maybe I'll try to just do some art or something. But that's also fucked by having a headache. It just doesn't work. So we're just stuck here trying to update my position stuff. My positionals. Maybe I should make another. Maybe I should make some tea. I just finished drinking coffee, but maybe I should make some tea. I do have some caffeine-free tea. I can make some caffeine-free tea. I'm gonna do that. One second. I was right. Talking about returning structs and classes instead of dipping into class variables. Yeah, it's just... I don't really know. I never feel like there's a good way to do it. Because it's almost like... It's almost like the way I see it in my mind. It's like... You just have like a container, and then you can like fill it with changes, right? But I don't know if that's something you can actually do in a way that like makes sense. Because, or I think you can, actually. I think you can. Kind of. But I think it would suck. A cached class instance. So you do like, let's say right now I have pathfinding, right? Like this is how it works. I have pathfinding here, but all of my pathfinding functions are just in a separate pathfinding script, and all the methods are just static. So I could instead do like new pathfinding, and then I run this, and then I return the pathfinding class, or the class for the pathfinding object, and then it just like stores some things in there, and then I just read it straight from the class itself, and then I just destroy it. Kind of like that. Like in a right loop in a Pathfinder. Or an instance of the data you need to return in the class. Instead of renewing an instance every time you need to return something. I mean, yeah, I guess, but I feel like what you're talking about there is like you have a class type that's like the container for the return data that you want to return, right? So you've like made a specific class for the data. Yeah. So yeah, that's one way of doing it. That's what I've been feeling that like I should do more. But that's also what I've been feeling I don't want to do, right? Like that's the thing, because what I don't like is having to make a shitload of like data structures. So whether it's a struct or a class that I just have to store and then return. I'm not a huge fan of that, but it works. you know, it's fine. But I always come to, like, the feeling I get is always like, at some point, we're gonna get to there's always a point that you get to where you want to do this. Like, either you don't want to do this or you want to do this, right? And it's always the question of, like, when does it become meaningful and worth doing, like making a struct to return the data. And that's what bothers me. Like, that's where I always like, is it time? No, I don't want to. And that's why I was thinking of, like, you could technically make like some kind of system where you can just keep in changes in a list, right? And you can do that, but I think it's extremely slow. Because what you could do is you could just do like, I think it would be so bad. Would you need to? Because you can't just store like vars, or can you? Can you have like a list with a key, or a dictionary with a key, and a type that's undefined? Because what you could do then is you could have a dictionary with string keys, and then when you return it, you can just check for, like, does this dictionary contain this string? If yes, then we set the variable in its value to like this thing. Like, that's like a way to do some kind of like shipping crate, right? But string comparisons, I don't know. Not sure I understand why you'd use the string. Well, because then I could do just something like this, right? We say public struct data container, public dictionary string, and I don't know like what value. Like, let's just say this is an int for now. container. Like that. And that way, I could just use this struct. I think this is a bad idea overall, but I also felt like it was not a terrible idea. And then if I go into the Pathfinder, for example, if I change something or whatever, I could just say like data container equals new data container, new dictionary, and that's it, right? And then if I needed to make some changes here, I could just say dc.container.add string. And then here you can say like internal position value is 9. And then here we can say path bound 0, whatever. And then wherever then we just return DC. And then wherever we're fetching it, we can just say if DC dot, well, I can't do it here now, but we can just type it here. If dc.container.contains key pathbound then we say path found equals dc.container path found. All right. That was the idea. It's not a great pattern, to be honest. You're using magic strings in this example. I am using magic strings in this example. Why not make those properties on a record? What's a record? I just wanted to try to see if I could figure out a way to like return data in a more dynamic manner than having to make new struct for every single function that needs to return some data. Like that's really it. And I honestly wouldn't mind using magic strings that much. Yeah, paste it. I'll see it, but it'll probably get auto-deleted, but that's fine. Record types. Provide special syntax and behavior for working with data models. These members include an overload of 2 strings, blah, blah, blah. Now, unfortunately, this is the Microsoft docs, so I won't have any fucking clue what's happening here, but let's read. For records, value equality means the two variables of a record type are equal in the types if the types match and all property and do they have an example here? Data mutable, mutatable. Maybe. I mean, it just needs to return the data so that I can set it. So, like, the data doesn't need to be changed after it's been set. But it is like what the container returns needs to be malleable. By what I mean with that is like, you know, it's list versus array. It needs to be a list, not an array. That makes sense. I tend to aim for records that I mutate on the fly into new instances, but also different programming. The following example defines a public record that uses a positional parameter to declare and instantiate a record. It then prints the type name and property values. Public record person string. Person string first name, string last name. Public static class program. Public static void main. Person equals new Nancy. Output person. My problem is that I'm lazy. That's the problem I'm trying to solve. Like, I actually think my method would be fine. But I don't know. Like, it would be... Like, I think it's bad. Like, yes. This is probably bad. No, it's fine. Don't worry. But I also don't necessarily mind. Because the thing about magic numbers and stuff and magic strings and whatnot is if it works, then it works, right? That's the reality. You could also pre-allocate them as you send the container into the class. But it is also nice to see stuff like this because I like talking about stuff like this on stream because I'm not very book smart when it comes to programming, so expanding my horizons now and then is not a bad thing. But yeah, here the record is really just this is just this is like a shorthand, right? Like this just creates a class with these fields and then it returns them. Right. Record types are nice too because you can directly compare them. Yeah, I mean that it genuinely sounds good because I do stuff like this with classes already, so like this would just be a faster way of doing that. Like yeah, but can you alter it after the fact? Like, can you go in and say like here they have person one, it's set to Nancy DeBolio phone numbers. Can you go in and be like person one dot first name equals whatever after that? You can't do that. Or I mean, person one dot phone numbers. They are doing that. You can change things, right? It's not updating the phone numbers property. It's updating the values in the property. Yeah. Yeah, but that's okay, right? I mean, value equality. Person output true. Reference equals. Can't directly assign phone numbers, but you can assign the index, right? Okay. But yes, I do think this can be very useful. I'm just thinking. No, it's fine. I'm distracted today anyway. It's fine. I have a headache. um Are you limited to which version of C# you're using? I think so. But I'm not sure. I can't remember, because I looked at this for like a while ago, but I don't remember what the result was. I think Unity has not updated that in like a decade. I also haven't updated Unity in a decade. It's somewhere here. But I think it's using standard 2.0. There's a setting here. You can switch it between C# 4 and standard 2.0. At least that's how it used to be. But I don't know where it is. For example, I couldn't write structs that just... Okay, I don't remember. Something. There was something where I was trying to like set... What was it, like just doing this? This? Yeah, you can't do that. It's not available in C9. It looks like I'm using C#9, I guess. Parameterless struct constructors is not available in C#9. Please use language version 10 or greater. So yeah, looks like we're using 9. At least for the moment. I plan to use monogame later, and I think you can use whatever you want there. But for now, we're using Unity. But this would also not need to be a struct, because I was just data container there. Because here, like, this is literally just dictionary. It doesn't even need to be a struct. But like, how could you... You can't do that, right? Like, you can't contain undefined dictionary of undefined value types. Or maybe it should be like... I don't know if I want to, but it's like... Is that how you do it? Object. Yeah. That's how you do that. But that still kind of blows. Because you'd have to do everything super manually, but it could be useful in my opinion. But I don't know if I actually have a use case for it. Could also use generics. Right now, I'm not really trying anything. I'm mostly just thinking about this issue. But the idea was basically just to create a generic method of returning data, right? Instead of having to create like 1,000 structs and classes for data return. That was really the idea. But for that, a record could work. But I feel like it would maybe have to be kind of similar. Because you can't just make a list of records. You're avoiding a proliferation of classes / data objects. Partially. I'm partially just avoiding me having to do it. But like having to write the class. I've just been trying to think of a way to do this differently, because a lot of the time I feel like I struggle with, like, I make a function somewhere and then I have to return something, but I have to return like 2 things maybe sometimes, and I'm often at like this kind of middle ground where I feel like it's like too little to go and make structs, but it also becomes cluttered if I like just have the function alter a value somewhere, or I use like refs in the parameters. It's not really a concrete problem that I'm trying to solve. It's more of like a guess it's a mental problem. Because I just feel like to some degree it would just be nice to be able to have some kind of like return type that functions more like a shipping crate, where you can just like put the things that you want to return in, and then where that's returned to, we can just now like unload that and decide what to do with it there. Kind of. But I'm having some programming issues when it comes to just like how I'm approaching things. I've been overloading. I've been overloading functions a lot. And when I say overloading, I don't mean overloads. I mean I've been putting too much shit into one function. Like the pathfinding code is like, or the line casting code. I was trying to have like 4 different types of lines run in the same method, and it just became like, if this is that, if that is null, then we do this, if that is null, then we do another thing, if that's 5, then we do this, if that's, you know, just turn into a mess to keep up with. So yeah, it's not an actual like concrete problem that I'm trying to solve, but more of like figuring out a new overall approach to shipping data from A to B and back to A, I guess. But either way. I wouldn't be using struct so much personally, especially if you don't know their value. Yeah. Either way. Let's get back to trying to figure out the position stuff. And maybe we can get past that. So where am I now? Position modified by movement. Yeah, oh, okay. So this should just be internal position plus movement get. Movement preview modifier. That's all that should return. Structs have different performance considerations and you can't use inheritance with them. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've only really been using structs because I felt like it was data that I was moving around, so. And yeah, I don't know. Because a class you can also just use a class to just send it in and then alter it and then send it back. That's what I'm doing here. I have movement mod parameters here in my line collision, and it can be null. And if it's null, that means we don't have any movement modification going on in the line collision. And if we do, then that changes how the code branches. So if there's like source movement vector, that means that we need to figure out where in the line the character is going to move to. Target movement vector, same thing, but where the target's going to move to. And that's going to have to be calculated by the line casting algorithm. And then after we have calculated where that is, I simply set new position and target source new position and target new position in the same class here, and then I just read that after the function is finished running. Or that was the idea, at least. Structs are assigned to the stack and not the heap. See, I don't know what that means because I'm not. I didn't go to school. And I'm more like functional programming driven. I learn what I need to, right? I also only graduated high school. We didn't even do programming in high school. So there's about a bunch of like stuff that I don't know because I just don't really care that much. Like sometimes I use structs. I mean, my main consideration for using structs or classes is like if I want to be able to edit the reference, then I use a class. Otherwise, I use a struct. And like here in my tile class, I have the game is made up out of a tile matrix, as I call it, which is a 3D array of tiles, and that's structs. Otherwise, when I'm just doing like one call, like one function or whatever, just whether that's a struct or a, like when I'm doing pathfinding here, whether I'm shipping the results back in a struct or a class, I feel like I don't really do that out of a performance consideration. I do that out of a reference versus data type consideration, whether like I want to be able to edit this and read it over there, then I use a reference, because it's not something that's being done like 1,000 million times necessarily. Yeah. What was I doing? Save position. File bounds. A reference versus data type consideration. You don't understand the differences in those two? Well, I mean, I do, just not necessarily like 100% of it. I know that the reference is referencing and it's not copying data left and right. And I know that the data type does. Yeah, I know. Modified position free. We were doing something. Check collision. Let's just undo. Right, I made a position modified by movement. Because the way it works is we have a vector 3, which is our... That's internal position raw. That's float position. Then we immediately set the vector 3 int, that's the internal position, which is then the int position of the object. And as we set that, we have to then set my vector 6 int, which is the bounds. Position plus size of object. And then we also need to set vector 3 int tile position, which is internal position divided by tile size. And then we need to set the vector 6 int tile bounds, which is the tile position actually this is size of object, let's write it like this, position minus size of object divided by 2 plus size of object. And then tile bounds is I guess we could set the tile bounds based on the position. No, that doesn't work because the regular bounds aren't using the same values. So tile bounds is then tile position minus tile size of object divided by 2 plus tile size of object. And then we also need a vector 3 int modified position. Let's vector 3 int modified tile position. And the modified tile position is a little overcooked right now. There's so much stuff here. And I'm not sure all of it is used or needed, but this is basically tile position plus movement preview modifier plus dual scene position modifier plus. Now here's the thing, combat position modifier I think isn't real. And misc position modifier, I don't even know what that means. That's something I haven't used. But I was thinking that could be stuff like getting knocked back. So I think we should have that. But the combat position modifier could probably go. And then we have hit shake modifier. However, that being said, in the modified tile position, I think only these two things matter. So what we'll do is, in modified position, we'll do this. This will be internal position. Movement preview modifier. And this should be tile movement preview modifier. And then this should just not be anything more than this. This is all this should be. Because the modified tile position does not need to take into account anything other than the tile position, and the modified tile position for the movement preview. It's basically, if I click to move somewhere, it will move there, but it's not a permanent movement yet. Because of that, I don't want to update the actual tile position. But instead, I just update the movement preview modifier so that when I right click, I can just zero that and then just update everything that needs to be updated. Or like positional changes. While the modified position, this is not tile-based, so this is just pixel-based. And this is used to render the object. This is used for logic. This is used for rendering. And because of that, this needs a lot more. But I think this should be fine. Just the hit shake modifier needs to be updated. Bisque position, combat position. I just don't really know what these are. We go to hit shake modifier. I want this to be this one should be called raw. And this one should be an int. And here we make a getter, and we're gonna say if, and this should be like that. And it should not be set to that. It should in fact be a nullable. And we're gonna say if hit shake modifier, if has value, is false, then we're gonna say underscore hit shake modifier equals hit shake modifier raw. Vector 3 int dot floor to int, I think. And then return hit shake modifier. Dot value. And then we should say something like set hit shake, reset hit shake. hit shake modifier. And we set it to null. And hit shake modifier raw equals 0. Actually, that's vector 3.0. Hit shake init. I think I don't really need to do that same thing here, really. I think we'll just set that as we handle it. So here we're setting hit shake modifier. But this should be... This is what the raw should be set to. It's just set to this. And then we're gonna say hit shake modifier equals vector 3 int floor to int hit shake modifier raw. That's what we're doing. And this is so that we keep the internal value for the float, but we don't use it. Like, that's been an issue, or one of the core issues here, that every time I want to read my position, I just take the raw float value and I like floor it or whatever. I use that on demand. But the issue there is that as I do that, it keeps it just randomly leads to floating rounding errors. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to just we set the float, then I take it and I floor it or truncate it, but I think it's flooring. I think flooring would be more... it doesn't matter. Flooring and truncating, same thing. It's just flooring works when it's negative as well. I mean, so does truncating. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Either way. Either way. I'm flooring it, and then I just set that as a vector 3 int. And then all calculations after that only use the vector 3 int. And we never ever use the float for anything other than internally updating the integer position. And I'm doing the same thing with the hit shake here, because the hit shake is kind of the same, where it is shaking currently needs to be updated using float values, because it's delta timed. And then after it's set, hey, you idiot, is that a footballer in your profile pic? And you're calling other people stupid? Huh? What? Go kick a ball, bro. Good morning, Keeps. Am I USA? Do I have Discord? I do have Discord. Yeah. Why? What do you want to know? Something is happening on YouTube. What that is, I don't know. But it's happening. Can you be what? Friend? Sure, you can be my friend. Not on Discord though, but you can be my friend here. You can be my friend here. Despite having being a footballer. Or whatever that is. I assume that's a footballer. No, no, I said no, you can't be my friend on Discord. You can be my friend here though. You can't just call me an idiot and then ask me for my Discord, man. You gotta woo me better than that. Kid, I'm 37 years old, brother. How old are you? Am I gay? No. Are you? Is that what this is? What? Are you coming on to me? One. 1.6k. 1.6k? Are you offering me money? Is he being a viewer Andy now? What the fuck? Alright. That's enough out of you. That's enough out of you. Go kick a football. It's time. It's time. Okay, I think we're gonna sit down again. Oh. Hey, he brought Kibs out. He activated Kibs. That's his deed of... It's his good deed for the day. Oy. Of course, that's a ban. I was just messing with it. It was funny. For a few seconds. Relax, bro. He's just retarded. He's just a retarded person. It's not his fault. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm gonna get some water. How often can you take ibuprofen? 4 to 6 hours between. Oh man. I need a haircut. I need a shower. Oh. Has it still not gone? I mean, I've only been awake for like 3 hours, so no, it's still not. It's still there. Just been a bit tired all week. So it's I don't get tension headaches that often, really. It's barely like maybe once a month, but when I do get them, they usually last for a couple of days. It's like you get sore in the neck and it just doesn't go away for a few days. I was okay Monday, but I was tired. And yesterday I was sick. So today's the remainder of that, I think. Time for a holiday? No holiday. Gibbs needs a holiday. All right. Hit shake. Here at Battle Damage Studios, we work to death. That's true. Fuck living. Reset hit shake. I'd love to see the result, but your LOT Discord channel is censored in the UK. Let's change that. Like, I don't think it is set to that. I don't remember. Age restricted. Yeah, okay. Legends of Terrestria video game is not age restricted now. Let's change that. There. Battle Damage Studios help. But yeah, there has not been updates there in a while. But yes, the Legends of Terrestria video game channel is now no longer age restricted. That should be fine. What about tabletop? On any of them? Hello, Matt. How's it going? I should do some drawing streams or something. But the things I want to draw are like spoilers. I don't know if I can stream that. Ask. What if I don't want to? What if I don't want to ask? Yeah, I DM'd you. I might do that at some point. I'm just not a sketch artist. That's the issue. Like, I would love to be able to sketch and do designs more, but I'm not a sketch artist. So for me, doing like stuff like that usually means drawing like full stuff, full detail. So it takes time. Now I just need to, like, I don't know if I'll do it during the day. I might do it like evenings or something. Oy. But that's also work. Work in the evening. I would have to find a day where I don't feel like ass. Could do some stuff there. But sure, I can give it a try. What did you just greenlight to draw? Some design things for a certain character and a thing. I don't know what to say about it that isn't too much spoilers. But it's like a character and a thing. Yeah. Yes. All right. Hit shake. We did the hit shake here. Hit shake modifier. This is just a getter. So as we init it, this should say underscore hit shake modifier equals int. This is an integer. Modified position free. This should just be modified position with a capital M. There. hit shake modifier. Comment that out. Here I have this is the movement code. It doesn't work. So I had a code. I had code for moving the character around with the movement keys, but it has been removed. This should not be modified position. This is where we should use underscore modified position. No. Let's just set it to modified position for now then. Age bound. No, I guess this is maybe real. I don't know what I'm using this for. I think this is not used right now. So when I re-implement walking, I have to take a look at that. So this should not need to do that. This should just be hit shake modifier. There. Misc position modifier. This should also be a getter and a setter, I think. I mean... yeah, it should. Yeah. So this is misc position modifier. This is misc position modifier with a big M. And it is a getter that says get underscore return underscore misc position modifier. And then we need public void set misc position modifier vector 3 int value, and then we say underscore misc position modifier equals value. And this is where things are a little tricky. Because I'm modifying the position, that might mean that I need to update like shadows and light and stuff. But let's worry about that later, I think. Let's do movement preview modifier. Apply previous position, save position. Save position. Set movement preview modifier. Yeah, this is what I'm not really sure about. Because here we're doing set movement preview modifier. If movement preview modifier raw does not equal value, then we're gonna hold tile. I almost feel like I should bake this into the set position, like the normal set position, by adding a boolean that says preview yes or no. That way I can just do all of this by just adding like the preview modifier value on top of everything else I'm doing there. Maybe. Set save. Set position. Combat mode equals false. That's not anything right now. So let's change this. Finalize movement. True. I mean, it doesn't do anything, right? Combat mode. I don't have a if combat mode is true here. Yeah, no. And there's none there either. So we can just remove that. And then what we can do is we can say set position. Here we're now let's just say that that's value. And then we have bool preview equals false. But I'm just worried it's overcomplicating it. What if I just do this? I just copy set position. Other way around. And then here we say if movement preview modifier raw does not equal value, then movement preview modifier raw equals value, new position. This is not quite correct. This is gonna be because what I don't really like here is that I can't just set this to be an integer and then just add it on top. This is one of those places where we actually have to read the raw internal value. So what we have to say is new position equals value. It needs to be internal position raw dot x minus value. Okay, so this is stupid. We're gonna say internal position raw plus value math f dot no vector 3 int dot floor to int. That's what we're gonna do. And that's our new modified position. And as such, we're gonna say internal modified position that does not equal the new position, then modified position equals new position. No. This is movement preview modifier raw. This is tricky. Internal position raw. Movement modifier raw. This needs to be movement position modified by movement. It's just a getter. that returns internal position plus movement preview modifier. It actually can't be like this. Position modified by movement. This needs to be like this. And the reason for that is because the position modifier is going to be a float, and it's going to be incremented using delta time. And that means that it should be in addition to the float value of the position, because otherwise it might be incorrect. Like I can't just take the position as a float, floor it to an integer, and then take the position modifier, floor it to an int, and then add those ints together, because that might result in incorrect position values. It doesn't really matter. I think it would work anyway, but the way it has to be done is we set the internal position, the internal int position, by taking the internal float value, flooring that, and casting it to an int, and then storing that. And the position modifier needs to be the internal position float value plus the position modifier float value, and then both of those together floored to an integer. But that's where I become a little bit worried about rounding errors as well. But it should be okay. Perhaps. Or maybe it should be the other way around. Maybe it is the integers that should be added together only. That would be safer, because we would not get any real rounding issues. And the logic would still be sound, I think. It's just... what you might run into is an issue like, let's say our position is 1.73, and the modifier is at 0.6, right? They're both floats. If I floor them, the position is 1. But if I add them together and then floor, the position is 2. Right. But it might not matter, really. Because in pretty much any case where the logic is involved, the character is gonna move to 2 and then stop. It's not gonna stop at 1.73. The only time you're at like half values like that is if you free roam, or if you're like in the middle of a hit shake kind of animation, then you might also be, though not necessarily. Like, I think it doesn't matter. So let's do it the safer way. Uh, and in that case, movement preview modifier, raw. All we need to do then is set that, then new position equals movement in that case, movement preview modifier also needs to have one that isn't raw. Which we already have. Movement preview modifier. And that's where we're doing this. And this is not what we want to do then. We want a public vector 3int movement preview modifier. And this should then be just getting that. But then it becomes weird with this, right? So the way this works is this is only a combat function. When I move the character in combat mode, it moves the character to a tile position. And as the character traverses the board, or the play area, to that tile, we need a vector version of the preview modifier that adds itself to the position of the object so it can smoothly traverse without actually updating the internal position. Which means it's pretty much always going to end up at a true value And with that, I mean a whole value like 24, 48, whatever. I think I changed my mind again. Let's go back to... Hello, nothing. How's it going? Movement preview modifier raw is set to that. And then we need a new position, which is going to be internal position raw plus value, floored to int. And then we're going to say if position modified by movement does not equal the new position, then... And this is where, like, previous position... Do I need a previous modified position? I don't think so. I think we can just have previous position be, like, based on this. And then here we say position modified by movement underscore equals new position. But then we have like, we have bounds, right? Like position bounds, and I feel like the normal bounds should be based on the modified position. But only the modified by only the modified by temporary movement version. Good work, bro. You're doing great. Thanks, man. I think you're doing great too. You also have a nice day. Hey. And as such, here we're setting tiles or the bounds. This should be set to modified position. No, not modified. What is it? It's position. Oh no, hold on. Position modified by movement. Minus object size offset. This is size. Yeah, this is bounds. Yeah. Public void set or update bounds. Vector 3 int position. And then we do this. Whoops, what just happened there? There. And then here we can then just run update bounds using position modified by movement. And the rest we can just delete. And then let's say vector 3 int size. And then there we set a size, and then here we set a size like that. The reason for that is because I could just read the size from the data module, but I'm doing it in case the object doesn't have a data module. For example, what if I want to make an object that is just like an empty object for whatever reason? If that's not a thing, then it's just gonna crash. All right, hold on. Muting music for a sec. There. Wait, what the hell? Did I send you the wrong thing? No, no, no. No, it's right. It's right. I'm stupid. Oh, Ululu, how's it going? What am I working on? We're working on an RPG called Legends of Terrestria. Right now I'm working on I'm just doing some refactoring of some old stuff. I'm trying to just update how I'm handling positions and stuff for objects and how I'm updating that. Hmm. Set preview modifier. And so we need position modified by movement. We need tile position modified by movement. Where am I? What is happening? And then we need to update the tile, and that's going to be a new tile. Based on position modified by movement. And then if new tile does not equal tile position modified by movement, then fuck me. But I think this should be tile. I think this should also be previous tile bounds. Modified tile bounds. Maybe. Hey, fuck. Tile position modified by movement equals new tile. Tile lower corner position. That's unnecessary. That just needs to be tile bounds. Tile bounds. Set tile bounds. No. Tile bounds. Never set the tile bounds? This tile lower corner position thing needs to go. That sucks. Tile bounds should not be based on that. So we need a public vector 6 int tile bounds. return underscore tile bounds. Public void set tile bounds. Vector 6int tile bounds. Underscore tile bounds. Both tile bounds. So here, we're not gonna do lower corner position. We're gonna say set tile bounds, new vector 6int, and this is the first value. And the second one is data module dot value dot tile size. Hey, bathroom. Kyle. Did you see the writing channel? I replied. Alright. Up to you what you want to do with that. There's a bit of a noticeable pop there. Like that. I almost wish you could like make a line like snake. So you could write like this. So you have this here. You have the vector 3 just going down like this. And then you just continue the line here. Damn, he's fast. Let's see. Which part is that? This one? Fuck. I don't have a video editor. Is that a real audio format? No. Damn, why is everything so hard? Does that work? I'm doing some bullshit here. What am I doing? It's good stream content. Why is this program so bad? Move it. Move. There. Let's see. Where's the next one? Is it 6? Okay. I think it actually works. then it's good. Good work. Whee. How many million things do I need to turn off here? Command prompt. Okay. Hey, my butt hurts. Oh no, I went down. I didn't mean to. Oh sh. Set tile bounds. Bounds are set here. Anyway, what I was saying earlier was it would be nice if you could write like a vector like this, where it just goes down for the X, Y, and Z, and then the rest continues like on the same line. I would like that a lot. But we can't do that. So now we're doing this instead. Like that. Is that what it is? But now this should be not tile position, but tile position modified by movement. Yes. This is where we do let's change this to update tile bounds. And then there's a position update. Check movement related changes. There's another one. There's a run. What did I call it? Run position checks. Modified position raw inspect. Modified position. Update sorting order index. Modified position. Should this always be modified position modified by movement? And if so, I feel like that should be the final one that we use. So in set position, that one should also be set. I wonder if I run set position, if that should just clear the modifier entirely. Maybe not. Temp movement. Think so, but it's annoying because the temporary movement is only for combat. So if I do set position, that's for another reason than moving in combat. That's for like any other positioning thing. So I actually need a modifier for like its position potentially. I'm just thinking ahead, like what if you have something that's like spinning around something, then that thing needs to have like an actual target that it can then move around with the spinning thing. That would generally be an effect though, and it would be the effect that it's actually handling it. So it wouldn't really need anything here. I don't know. I think maybe we'll stop. I'm almost through this, but I am losing focus. My headache is a bit better now, but my lower corner position. Yeah. Just realized I didn't actually take out any food for today. But yes, we'll continue with this later. Yeah. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.